Hi. Good morning, everybody. What is this image? Silence of the Hams? Damn it, that would have been such a better stream card title. Oh well. Maybe next time I have a ham themed stream card. I'll call it that. 10-year treasury, constant maturity minus 3-month constant maturity. Observation negative 1.33. It's going more negative. I thought it was going above -1, but now, yeah, that's awkward. Easy, demonetize the stream now, start a new one. It won't be the same. I was gonna call it Gherk's Hamgorium Emporium, but I decided against that ultimately too. Sometimes it's hard to think of those when I've just woken up. Good morning, Maeve. Looks like SPX is gonna be open around 65. Right back in the pocket. Oh yeah, I need to post this. The peeps. Hold on. Nice succinct coverage of GME's earnings yesterday. They were pretty succinct, and I was right about the outcome, so that's all that mattered. Hope we're feeling better today so we can get some color. No, I feel like shit. Good morning, Homewrecker. Back from Dallas. I'll be on stream for the entire day. I hope you didn't miss me too much. Things were fine. Thanks for asking. Let's see where this can go to. I'm actually surprised SPX is as high as it is. There's really not a lot of call interest up here. I'm sorry that person had to go to Dallas. Are we ready for a bounce into a drop, into a bounce, into a drop? We could be. We could be. God damn, I hate morning options prices. Let's see. I gotta. Oh, Dork's awake. Yeah, that looks pretty fucking bearish. Well, I guess that's how we're gonna do it. Ooh. Sell call credit spreads? Could if you wanted to, I guess. Oh, maybe I will. I don't think any more data is coming in today. Is that all the shorting? Jimmy doing some volatility. That's exciting. How's the volume? Decent amount of volume. And I have 2 day trades. Ballin'. All right. You know, I'm going to need to hit 45.60 today. Okay, thanks. 45.60. That doesn't seem out of the question at all. It seems like a very reasonable price target, Popcorn. All right. Boom. They're using all of their short shares to try to push beyond back under the put wall. Let's see if that works. Cash. Good morning. I'm looking at selling 4550, 4600 Cs for Jan. What do you think? Interesting. Could work. As long as you're prepared to close them at a profit, right? Good morning, Greg. I hope you're feeling better. Nope. But thanks. No problem. Out of GME, I'll play options on it if it's worth it once I recover emotionally. Okay. It's a fair take. I can't argue with that. Beyond, they're shorting it. We got a few shares this morning. I think IBKR had a bunch. There should be some shares floating around. I don't expect the borrow rate to get any better, but also Russell not having the best day. At least not yet. Nope, they did it. Back under $9. Wonder how long that'll last for. Create new order. Uh-oh. All right. Still no flows. Okay. So lots of call buying, lots of put selling to start the day off. Trying to hold these levels, I think. I don't think we'll hold them for very long, but they're working on it. Interesting. Possible beyond entry. Could be. No. Number 15 calls auto $2. 50% return. Between 50 12. Minus. Is Tup dead now? I don't know what Tup's doing right now. No, they're both just getting shorted at open. Shakes out the prior day's call holders. Hopefully, too many more don't pile in. The usual. Nothing's fundamentally changed on either one of them. Like, Beyond's still on reg show. They still haven't covered shit on top. Bristow, welcome to Zillionaire. Ooh, along with Latin King and Special Horse. Thank you guys all so much. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherk.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat,
nice, G-Wagon.
Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon, man. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the band GG on the CBC saying that he ain't seen no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a fire on boat. Sell the Elliott waves like a prayer on code. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
There's really no support till like 235, so it's got a little bit more room to the downside. Loud? Too loud? Oh, sorry. Good morning. Have you checked the Beyond Historical data on RegShow? It seems like it's on more than it's off over the last couple of years. Yep, it's frequently on RegShow. Things still looking bearish. They're not looking more bullish. VIX is continuing to rise. We're not squeezing out any sold calls here. There's very little call interest to the upside of 45.70. Yeah, I don't think things are looking more bullish. Calls are starting to sell off a little bit, so hopefully that gives us the momentum for a turnaround here. But we might kind of bleed off a little first. But I think it looks pretty good. My fixie calls, what do I do with my hands? What? Oh, nothing? Are they going up? Nice. Oof, they're killing Beyond. They're trying to get it back below the put wall. They're kind of running out of short momentum, though. So. Does Jimmy fill the gap from the 28th? That's irrelevant. Japan hinted at a change in monetary policy, supposedly. Yeah. There's also a huge Japanese, like, long yen futures position that opened up overnight, like 1.6 billion or something. Oh, hey girl, my 2Ds are in the money. Nice. Just gap fill now, please. That'd be ideal. I would like to see that myself. Boo, boo. And they got a little bit of liquidity back on Beyond this morning, but not a ton. So I don't think the shorting will last too long. Where's our support's gonna be? There's gonna be some support at 45.60. That's the big one. Well, 70 and 60 are the big ones. I guess we're already a little bit past 70 though. kind of just looks like they grabbed the straddles and there was some in the money put profit taking, but still quite a lot of puts on the chain. I'd like Beyond to test 11. That was kind of my PT, but if it does, it can just keep going. So, you know, I'll probably shave some at that point and then leave a few runners, see if it can go further. Know anything about this? GME announces new policy allows its chief executive officer, Ryan Cohen, to invest the company's excess cash in equity securities. Yep. Yeah, I saw that. That's not the most encouraging thing I've ever heard. Selling credit spreads on GME today better than buying puts because of elevated IV from earnings activity. IV was still elevated, yeah. Buying puts on GME is usually a losing proposition because it's such a popular volatility short. What was the question? I don't. Yeah, what didn't I answer, Yaga? So Cohen's gonna gamble at zero DTs like the rest of us. I don't know what the fuck he's gonna do, but the idea of having Cohen manage my closed-ended fund is not something that's very attractive to me. Oh, God damn it. Yeah, it looks like it's bouncing back up. Hope RC's still paying for Dillionaire. I don't care what he does at this point. Doesn't Jimmy usually have a higher high the day after earnings before getting shorted again? No, not always. Will Jimmy be same like RC's personal casino? That's what it sounds like. Cohen thinks he's Buffett. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem, right? I guess he could run the Michael Saylor route, but with equities. I don't know. He could buy GME with the funds. He could buy all of GME with the funds and take GME private. It's quite a lot of power. No, it's pretty odd. Duke of Waffles. It's usually something you don't see in publicly traded corporations. I mean, there's a few specific types of funds, like, you know, holding companies and closed end funds where that sort of behavior is expected, but generally not in a retail company. The USD just keeps going. It may never stop. Shadow ban check. Looks like you're here. What does that mean? RC thinks he's Buffett, as in he's just gonna buy companies under GME's banner. I think that's what he's planning on doing, but who the fuck knows? There's a lot of leeway in yeah, well, there's a lot of leeway there. I don't know what he's actually gonna do. RC told you all he was joining Pigeon Whale. He's gonna use pickle jar quant ideas to YOLO our money. I'm gonna stop writing pickles picks. The GME have an update to the NFT marketplace sales? Has it overtaken revenue of one Happy Meal? No, I don't believe it. I don't think it's materially relevant. I made 15% in 10 seconds on Beyond because I got a sweet fill. Nice. Why green candle? Probably stop loss on. I mean, they got me, right? No, they got me at a profit, but still. Hmm. Interesting. Just open the 65 and hold it for the rest of the fucking day. Maybe I'll open a 60. I can open a 65. How cheap could I get it though? Not much cheaper. Not at all. Let's see what Beyond is doing. Sorry about that. Oh, Beyond's back above $9 again. GME is just chopping around a bit. VIX is still pushing up. Almost through the high of the day. They're running out of liquidity on Beyond for shorting. Not so much on top yet. Russell's moved positive though, so that's good. Fubo's still coming down. Looks like they're shorting that pretty actively. Plenty of liquidity there. GME tips are starting to turn around, but there is a little bit of buy pressure on it. Not a ton. $10 up and beyond. If Jimmy's taught me anything, and it hasn't, it's time to get out and enjoy a free coffee. I suppose that's one way of thinking of it. So there's both call and put buying on SPX right now. Although the put buying is significantly greater than the call buying currently. Let's see, gold's down, oil's moving back up a bit. Tech's kind of slipping. Yeah, tech's bounce isn't looking too healthy. That might also not last very long. Not a lot of breadth. Yeah, RSP only up 29 BPS, 30 BPS today. Dow down. Top end of the yield curve's pushing up a bit. Here could be a better I just have a thinking in the back of my mind that it's possible Cohen takes full control of Jamie's cash reserve, so the time is right here to perhaps buy a shit ton of leap options to cause a gamma squeeze. Could he do that? Potentially, yeah. He could also just buy all the shares for like 5 cents and take the company private and fuck everyone. So I guess it depends on how much you trust him. What would you do with 1.2 billion of shareholder money given the chance? Probably invest it in a diversified portfolio. Because it's your shareholders' money. What's your PT roughly for beyond? $10 or $11 is ideal. It could go beyond that, but I don't know if it will. I trust him as far as I can throw him, which might be kind of far. He's diminutive in stature. Wouldn't he have to buy somewhere near above the market value for the past little while? Depends what he can convince the board to do. How easy is it to give a $500 gift card to a millionaire? I like how he stopped the squeeze by selling shares. Literally no plan for what he'd do with the money. He's going to YOLO it. We know from RC's history as an investor that he's the best, right? He's one of the greatest investors known to man. Outside of GME, he bought Nordstrom's at $19. He bought Baba at 115. He bought BBBY 6 months before they went out of business without doing any research into their share buybacks for $17. He bought Wells Fargo at the top of 2020. And he owns more Apple, I think, than he does GME. Cohen made a boatload on Bobby because everyone bailed him out. He then went on to rug pull all the people that bailed him out. Those weren't his options at $80 that drove the fucking gamma squeeze on BBBY. It was retail. He didn't get me, sucker. SCX looking like a breakdown to 60.55. Yeah, given enough time here, I think we could. Might be a little while though. Yeah, we may chop for a bit longer. But the repositioning doesn't look particularly bullish right now. Hmm. Up. Jesus Christ. What's yen down to? 144 already? That cannot be bullish. Triangles don't live forever. All right. I mean, technically, I bought GME before you did. So, yeah. Isn't this near or in the gamma squeeze zone for yen? It's near it. Yeah. I wouldn't say that GME is running. It's flat on yesterday with a little bit of vol. Indexes are probably helping that a bit. What do you think? DFE? DFE is awesome. Why are they having so much trouble breaking 65? There's support there. No, there's more support at 70, but there's support at 65 as well. Just JPY is doing some really weird shit right now. Hmm. Yeah, I saw Dork. That beyond drop hurt. Down 8% report. I have spreads 950. Okay. So your bot call's back in the money? Was there news that caused the fixie pump? I think Bank of Japan said something last night about moving to a positive interest rate. What's up, Roaring Kitty? I sold some 45.75, 45.80C on SPX near our peak. Was that smart? Well, you'll find out. So far, you're fine. This price action has Sanjit written all over it. It does have Sanjit written all over it. Let's see, how are we doing on ES? Retesting 75. Jixie's still flat. Yen's dropping. Yen's gonna slip again. Mixed futures are moving up. A little bit. Interesting. Yes, it looks like it's gonna chop a little while longer still. Maybe they'll start de-risking the 45.50 strike here. That would be kind of interesting. I think maybe that's what they're doing, actually. I think that's why we're seeing vol turn up, despite the, well, flat market. That's right, Torque. Mm-hmm. Good morning, John. How you doing? Wonder how Sanjit is doing today. I don't know. Had debit spreads, bought back a few sold calls for the bounce. Okay, cool. Guess what SPX is going to close at today? He's going to say under 45.50 again. I'm more inclined to agree with him today. Jimmy fucked me for the last time. Sold everything. $90,000 loss. Good riddance. You're free, bipolar bear. I'm free. I don't have to listen to you bitch about your CSPs anymore. Oh, thank God. What are you going to do now? I need a hug. You're not getting it from me. Dad, they're pumping tech again. Yeah, they are. It's not going to do a whole lot if they don't have the breadth to back it, though. Are we taking a look at Apple OI? Yes. It's kind of flat ever since Monday. Nothing's really changed. Just there's a decent amount of interest at 95. There was a little drop off in bot calls yesterday. But that's gonna come back in this morning. It wasn't that big of a drop. I think they're de-risking, Dork. Do you have Greeks for UVXY? I just full ported weekly 15Cs. You're gonna lose everything. Hey Greg, just tuning in. We trapped here all day. So glad there were 2K less jobless claims because now the economy is saved. I don't think today's price action has anything to do with the jobless data. Like the 4-week average was up, right? And then continuing claims were down a little. So like the jobless data really didn't say anything important. Everyone's selling GME shares is going to YOLO into generate GME SPX options and lose everything. Probably. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Thoughts on Shopify? I haven't looked at it in a little while. I don't know if I have any. It looks massively overbought. Despite only marginal improvements in their net income. If they're de-risking, 45.60 should be on the menu for today. Possibly. Are they internalizing on Beyond? I don't think to a significant degree, no. I think they're just burning through like the rest of their liquidity here. Ooh, I could sell more. Do I want to though? Today's a weird day. Let's see. We'll still probably have like another 30 minutes or so on the upside here. We could test 80. I don't get it. Were earnings good or bad? The price of Jimmy today has very little to do with earnings. Earnings are just kind of flat, right? Like they missed, but they beat on EPS, missed on revenues. But Jimmy's still down 30 BPS on yesterday's close. So it's not like it's overperforming or anything. You probably have a lot of put profit taking from post earnings that shaved off this morning, right? And puts taking profit that bought in when it was at 17. Top. Not really turning around much. Almost got VIX back under 13 here. Could we please hit 45.80? We're very, very close. Um, ooh, yeah. All right, almost out of liquidity there on Beyond. Top still has a lot. Yeah, they haven't burned through very much liquidity on top yet. I think it's traded. It's only traded like 300,000 volume so far today. At yesterday's market close, I sold 10 GME puts at 12.50 on $12 strikes. I'm up a blended 86%. Should I buy to close or wait for the rest to expire tomorrow? It's up to you. Is this a head and shoulder completion? On what, like the 1 hour? Oops. I don't know what the fuck that was. No. Ooh, they're pumping hard there. That was a lot of pit selling. Holy shit. Somebody just sold like 600,000 delta in puts. Might continue, yeah. Let's see if they buy the calls. They bought some 90s. What the fuck is the point of this? Are we above VN? $45.98. No, not SPY. Why does 90 feel more likely than 60? It should be. Why the fuck didn't VIX go down? They're selling 0 DTEs? Let me see something. Dork, what the fuck was that? No, VIX didn't go down. VIX went down from 1304 to 1302. This is gross. Why the pump? Positioning seemed like they wanted to pull back more than pump. Yeah, it was better position for a pullback. They're trying to pump out of the pullback. I don't know what the fuck's going on. They're selling like short-dated puts, which is weird because why wouldn't they want to short VIX? And they just sold 600,000 delta in puts. More actually, it was 620,000 delta in puts, and the fucking we didn't even go up. Like we went up like $1. Anything interesting on the chain? No, I mean they bought more. They bought some more 90s. There's not a lot of in the money profit taking on calls yet. Hmm. BOJ Gherkin? Maybe. And USD JPY is still slipping. But they can't run away from that with fucking, like, you're not gonna be able to run away from that by pumping SPX, right? Um GME open interest above 15. Give me a second, I'll take a look. Hmm. There's still a decent amount of call interest above 15, but 15 is pretty heavily sold. It's a big resistance. There's a lot of puts at 15 on GME too. But 16 isn't impossible. Above 1650 looks really unlikely though. They might be trying to exit, not aggressively. Unless this shit's about to just dump all at once. Was it covering over the past week and liquidity mean an OPEX run in December is unlikely? Yes. What does one look for today to identify GME's top to sell covered calls? Well, you can see if it breaks 15 or gets rejected. GME's at 80. There's really no downside support here. Very little support at 75, 60, 65. But above 80, there's a decent chunk of calls up to 4,600, and then they just fall off completely. I don't understand what would be important about a test of 4,600 though. Call buying flattened out. So did put selling. How's SGX looking? Still chop here until the market finds out what it wants to do. They're trying really, really hard to push it up. Like they're not fucking around. they're not getting a lot of ground, but they're spending an enormous amount of money. Dotson selling April 12 CCs on GME, buying $12 puts with the credit. $12 CCs, buying $12 puts. I don't know how good the $12 puts would be. Probably just a waste of money. Generally, when you buy puts on GME, if you want to make money on them, you have to buy them in the money. And then you still get fucked on IV crush either way. You said it'll either run or fail and die. I think it's either gonna run or die. I don't think there's gonna be any. I don't think there's gonna be a lot more chopping. I mean, this isn't really chop, right? It's going pretty vertical. So like a gap somewhere on the ES from yesterday. Oh, yeah, filled. It's not a gap either. There we go. Okay, 70, 87. Starting to lose a little bit of positive momentum here. Which is being met with a little bit more call buying. Looks like in the money calls 50, 60, 50, 55, 60 selling off. A little bit of 70, 75, 80 and 85 selling off too. I sold 5 out of the money GME puts yesterday, banking on IV crush. The experiment worked. I'm up 91% now. Nice. Yeah, it's not a bad way to make some money off the crush. De-risking due to carry trade collapsing? Possible. Yeah. Yen's down a lot today. Or, well, yen's up a lot. USD JPY is down a lot today. It's down like 200 basis points right now. Ooh, it slipped further too. Yeah, I don't know. Just be patient with it. See where it goes. I don't think there's a rush to do anything right now. There's some chance they're successful with this pump, which looks like it ends around 4,600, or they fail, in which case it could drop. I think SPX is a small gap up to 45.92. I don't think they're chasing a gap. This is way more money than the market maker just trying to like bounce back $5 and fill a gap in. This doesn't look like de-risking. It just looks like pumps. Well, there was one point earlier which looked like de-risking. Um, there was a bunch of like short puts bought back. Uh, that was around like 10 o'clock. But that's the last thing that looked like de-risking. Here's way to smooth brains how what's happening in JPY BOJ policy affects SPX. You can just go on my Twitter and read all the highlighted posts about Bank of Japan. And if yen starts squeezing here, the market could crash. There's a lot of cross asset liability there that could all get exposed very, very quickly. Yeah, there was one point earlier where they pulled back a bunch of like 45.50 sold puts. That was like right here. And then that was it. And there was no more, I didn't see any more de-risking after that point. Then they just started selling shitloads of puts. Is that it for the short liquidity on Beyond now? Almost. Pretty fucking liquid today. VIX is picking up here. Selling more puts, buying more calls again. Why is Jimmy up? There's still a lot of calls on the chain, especially between like 13 and 15. After 15, not so many. They kind of fall off, but there's a pile of them at 16. Those may be sold. I didn't check this morning. Besides the people getting out of the carry trade, how does no other participant seem to acknowledge it and run for the door as well? They could be. It's happening again. I'm really very bearish. Okay. Well, tone that down. Because they're pumping the index right now really hard. How long can bulls keep SPX levitated here? Is there positioning to support this price level? Not a lot, but there's enough positioning, I think, to support prices up to 4,600. So there's still a little bit of range on it. I'm not sure how many of those out of the money calls are sold. I'd imagine that's some number of them. There's resistance at 45.95. They're definitely trying to leverage Gamma as hard as they feasibly can. Is there a call ramp to 4,600? Yeah, I mean 45.95 is not that great, but 90's got a lot of calls. There's also a put wall at 90 though, so or they're selling in the money puts, which is possible. There's some profit taking there. Okay. A little call side profit taking. Let's see if that continues. I would say this still has, like 20 more minutes. Hopefully it doesn't climb any higher in the next 20 minutes, but I would say it's got about 20 more minutes. I sold the 45.50, 4,600 bear call spreads for Jan at the beginning of the day. Oh, okay. Well, you could always average them. Laughs and NQ pumpies. Yeah, NQ is supporting a lot of this. USD JPY is at 144.18 now and still falling. NQ just tested 1,600 or 16,000 and got rejected really hard. Realistically, how close is this thing to blowing up? USD JPY 140 today? I don't know. I don't know how extreme that's going to be. It could be a very big deal. There's a lot of leveraged interest. Hmm. Looks like yen futures at 69.25. Which, yeah, we've got to be getting kind of close to it. It's definitely got an effect on hedging at this point. CJZ23. Well, let me take a look. CJZ23. CJ. 6J Z23. Oh yeah, 6J. God, I hate trading view. 6J. Yeah, those should be going in the money. 69,425 on yen futures right now. Yeah, I found it. Looks like all of them are in the money now. The whole like $1.6 billion position. Was that a big call sell-off just now? NQ got rejected really hard. Looks like there was a little profit taking on the call side. A little bit of put buying too. Not a lot, but a little bit. Looks like some 95s and 90s took profits there. Ooh, yeah, 95 got a lot weaker on that rejection. Milo liking the pumps. Well, we're gonna have to deal with it for now. More downs, okay, thanks. Give it some time. This could take anywhere from, well, might even take like 40, 45. I guess that depends on volume. But anywhere from like up to like 45 more minutes. What could we drop realistically? 70? And then momentum could take us further than that, but I would say 70 is pretty realistic. Still getting call profit taking. How's the roommate? I don't know. I didn't see him yesterday. I don't think he came home. I kind of, yeah, I think I agree, Dork. They kind of hit a wall here. I think that last round of puts they sold at 80, and I'm pretty sure they just pushed the long puts at 80. That sounds dangerous. Yeah. Jamie's back at 15. 1540. It's up a little bit. Whoever the fuck just sold 15,000 puts at 45.80, that's who they is. Still increasing price on Jimmy feels weird. There's a call ramp that was there yesterday too. There are plenty of people that played earnings, and then you had puts close this morning, right? So that pushed momentum, and indexes are up, which helps. If it's any consolation, it's not going to last. It's insane watching the options chart for a put entry when a big block of 2,000 sold puts comes in. Oh yeah, and the spread just gets fucking crushed. The carry trade stuff and VIX being low is now a good time to consider Jan puts. They're cheap. Yeah, MQ's losing a lot of volume at the top here too. Is they, not us normies who would never be able to sell, buy that many calls puts? Yes. Yeah, dollar diverging further. Yep. USD JPY is about to lose 144. What's crazy to me is like spreads are like credit spreads are widening on USTs. Like the 30, 20, and 10 are all up more than 100 BPS right now. Can you watch GME instead of top? Yeah, top's not really important unless it breaks $2. Is top still a good buy? Under 2? It's not a good buy. It's super risky. It's cheaper under 2. Why would today's data make someone head for the door just to be the first one out? Yeah. Are you fucking kidding? Of course. How's our copium swap looking? Not too bad yet, right? Because Dixie's still up. But vol yields are looking real interesting. I think if we drop here, spot vol moves up. Vol's gonna turn positive across the across the entire curve. Like I said, they're trying to keep this from dropping with enormous amounts of money. But they've got a bit of a problem here. Above 45.80, they're selling the market maker long puts, which they did here. And they fucked themselves pretty hard. Did you have any T2? I guess for Monday. Although Monday really didn't push that much in the money. How much time do we have left? Um, Still looks like anywhere from 20 to 45 minutes. 20 to 40 minutes? Oops. I think we'll start distributing down now, but as far as like a bigger breakdown, 20 to 45 minutes. No, I don't like to go on cruises. Why do you ask? This USD JPY malarkey? Surely not on a Thursday. Yeah, on a Thursday. Dark. Dude. Look. You want to see the futures? My yen futures are in the money. Finally. Dude, even the shitty fixie calls are rocketing. This would make it more expensive to buy stuff from Japan. VIX is turning up again. I'm sorry you feel that way, Heath. I sold some lots at 145 this morning. Nice. Oh no, the next Mario game is gonna be $1,000. So would YCL have been a good buy? Is it still? Oh, which one is that? Is that the Pro Shares? It's like 2x the daily performance. Yeah, it could be. Oh, damn it. So bear flag broke down. Let's see if this recovers higher. That's still up. And we've still got. Yeah, we still got time. So probably like, let's just say 30 minutes. I'll be right back. soup. There we go. Right on time. Well, sort of. There's actually still more room for this to keep going down. That's just the start. But that's pretty cool. Oh, yeah. USD JPY is starting to dip below 144. Fuck, that's kind of serious. It's 3 cents off. It just tapped 143.82. Volume's picking up. Dude, you ain't gonna squeeze today? That'd be dope. Those 1 DTE Giga Chads that bought long yen probably made it squeeze. Those aren't 1 DTE contracts. They're the I think they're the December, yeah, they're the December contract. JPUZ3. Oh, maybe they're not even the. Hold on. Yeah, they're the December contract. Holy fuck, that's so many contracts. As long as it doesn't crash beyond in the process. VIX not ripping? Not yet. There's not a ton of Vega risk till we get a little lower. Fucking A. That's fun. Yeah, alright, who gives a fuck? Yeah, I've seen it. Thunder Cube. It's super clunky and way overpriced, but I've seen it. No, I don't like it that much. I actually bought it for like a couple months and fucked around with it. But it's like $600. It's ridiculous. And we have most of that shit ourselves now, so I got rid of it. I'm muting you for the next 20 minutes while you finish that soup. Fair enough. Do you have any videos on overnight straddles? Maybe? If not, check the Clips Tags channel. Beyond's IV is tanking. Not that much. It's okay. It bounces back really fast, too. I think we break 45.75 on Futes this time around, or going for another bounce. We definitely have the momentum. So we can continue down here. I would say positioning still pretty bullish. But not nearly as strong as it was earlier. And we're far deeper into the puts now. So they don't have that advantage of the puts being out of the money anymore. Yeah, no SPX. USD JPY bounced a little bit. We've got to be getting kind of close to like some kind of credit event here, right? Beyond bouncing on VWAP, good sign. Better sign than breaking down through 9. I mean, unfortunately, there's no way index is dropping as bullish, right? But Mucho Picante on Twitter, it hasn't been that bad. I feel like I was being pretty nice. Beyond 15C for next week, or is that insanely degen? I have like 75 of them. It's very degenerate. You remember Turca? They just filed for Chapter 11. Vaguely, yeah. Good riddance. Profit taking bounce, or are they going to eat this dip up? I really think that depends on how puts react, more than the call interest. Right now, there is a little bit of put profit taking, but not a ton. Well, there's some pretty good put walls at 75 and 80. Yeah, that sell off on futures was crazy. Yen's turning back around again. Vol's negative 4.4. Dixie's down 45 BPS. Hmm. Yeah, I'm still long KVU. It's not doing anything exciting. No, de-engineer. All right. So it looks like the profit taking on puts wrapped up. And we're seeing some call selling and a little bit of put selling. How fucked am I with my $25 bags of GME forever? I mean, you could get your cost basis down. It's just like the 4 and 8 week bills. Those don't fucking matter, Bob. Maybe one day inflation will push GME above $20. I don't know. Maybe Cohen will pick the right YOLO. I know you talked about Fidelity stops getting jumped a couple weeks back. Oh yeah, you want to use the trailing stop loss, I believe, is the best way to do it on there. Or you can use conditionals. Yeah, there's not a lot of options. You know harvest premiums and try to get your cost basis down, or you can sell, take the loss, and find something else. But I feel like it's going to be a long road to profitability still, and definitely a long road to growth. I feel like having a cult like following is like RC's dream, though. Hell of a reversal. They're not buying more calls. Test 80? No fucking put wall there. Really feels like the goal for today is going to be like keep it above 70. There's a put wall at 80. So unless we see some call buying, no, not really. You know, everything's up against the dollar today. Got 1 month correlations kind of all over the place. Let me take a look at NQ. So this entire bounce just driven by Mag 7. Well, the 75 put wall is tiny in comparison to the $80 put wall. Did we lose even more breadth on that? No, breadth is about the same. Dow's down a little more. Oil's starting to slide again. I don't like them, but I think I'm close to like a 60-70% success rate based on 2 technical indicators you're not a fan of. Well, one of them is MACD, because it's the only one that even comes close to those numbers. If you perfectly tune MACD, you should be able to get about 72%. And you have like a 5% to 5 to 12% margin of error for false signals. But 70% is trash. Average true range? Eh. Not really. How to get over 80% then? How to get over 75%? You need something that's not reverse looking. Let's sell off there, ended there. It's pretty flat. So Call profit takings slowed down. Not a lot going on here at resistance. Big old V. Just more distribution. Oh, it's gonna be a long fucking day. Just gapped up 3 candles in a row. Nothing to see here. Well, it's kind of illiquid. So, it looks like we only gapped up on one of them. NQ's forming a ascending head and shoulders. Pretty clean one, too. Yeah. Oh, gross. If you're trying to use technical analysis to interpret the future, Carl, you're using technical analysis the wrong way. Jesus fucking Christ. Didn't have time to set stops on the drop. Did you set stops on the way back up? It was like 30 minutes. Is this another chance to enter Poots? It might be. I guess we'll see if Yen starts squeezing again and freaks everybody out. It's getting close. It's back at 144.09. Oh, no, 10. It's actually stabilizing a little. Is Beyond out of short liquidity yet today? No. Well, if it is, there's no volume pressuring the liquidity. So I guess yes, but nothing pressuring it yet. I'm sure the big market drop helped. TA is just it's just like a risk tool. It's best used as a risk tool. No, I went from 50% profit to break even and now holding. I made 750 realized on the V. Don't ask me about unrealized. Yeah, KV's having a good day. Up 7%. Still needs to go up a lot more, but it's a start. USD JPY doing the 144 thing again. Yep, just slipped 144. Looks like it's moving into another leg down. Win credit event? I don't know. They're trying to bounce it over resistance with that drop before. It seems like that was a wild recovery. It was a good one. It was more surprising because there wasn't a lot of put capitulation on it either. It was mostly driven by NQ. Like, the recovery on NQ was insane. Almost 50 basis points in 20 minutes. Would you explain the downward pressure on USD JPY? There's like $1.6 billion futures position on the yen. And then there was an announcement from Bank of Japan last night that implies that a positive rate may be coming sooner than expected. Yes, it was. It blew two of my futures accounts. Jesus. You think they push for 4,600 now? No. A lot of the out of the money call positioning already broke down. I think they want to just like kind of de-risk here above 80 if they can. What's a realistic ROI on SS's billion-dollar bags reinvested elsewhere and its impact on GME? I don't know. Let's see if Cohen buys SPX at the top or S&P. I don't know what he's gonna do with it. I don't know what his intentions are. He's got a whole lot of power over shareholder money, though. NDC call volume doubled during that. Downside, doubled during the V. Closing or averaging down? Some of them closed between There was some that closed between like 11:09 and 11:14, and then some closed between 11:24 and 11:34. Is it too late to get my payroll department to pay me in yen? I'm sure they'd be happy to do that right now. Yen's still way down against the dollar. Delta neutral on BYND is at like 10, like 10.13 or something like that. For FTDs today on it, I don't think there's very many. Let me double check. Today's the 7th. Yeah, only like 115,000 FTDs. So not a ton of flows. They probably covered those in the morning because it's those about how much liquidity they had for shorting. Let's see. 72,000, 47, 75, and then the 13th it goes up to half a mil. $117, $122 bull spread I bought on AMD on a whim yesterday. Knocked it out of the park. Nice. What happened to the state stock, Sarah? I don't know. It probably went out of business. What would the yen have to hit to get a credit event? Mm, under 140 is kind of a big deal. And then, that's a good question. I would say like 135, 130, and then like 125 are all pretty huge. Under 114 reverses basically the entirety of the trade. Seems like under 144 gets close to a credit event. Why? Because we dropped 15 BPS on SPX? I don't think so. We were under 144 not even that long ago. And back in August, we were at like 140. I love it when futures move up with yields, right? Let's see. 1600 at 10. 1309. 950 is fucking weak though. Oh, call side. Way more calls. 2100, 5200, 1521. Interesting. My dude, I hate pumpers. I hear you. All right, a little bit of call buying here. Not a ton, but like 50,000 delta. Can we get another NQ sell-off soonish? Maybe. NQ is pretty close to resistance again. Yeah, maybe. NQ still has a little room to the upside, though. $15 or so. Oh, so fucking boring. What are your thoughts, if any, on CLF? Is that Cleveland Cliffs? None, really? Why? Like a steel company, right? I wouldn't say I'm very bullish on steel right now. I used to pump that one on Wall Street bets. Yeah, all the time. Don't you dare say that. I mean, are you bullish on steel right now, Popcorn? 5 years? Not at all. For about an hour before we drop to 70. Do you think we could do that again now? Maybe. Yeah. Although after those two big moves, there's a very good chance that the lower range is burned out and we could just stay, between like 75 and 85 for the rest of the day. Unless something's going to pressure us down again. And I don't know where that would come from. There's no more data. How good were you at Red Alert 2? I didn't play it a lot. My dad's super bullish on steel. He also worked for a steel factory and they convinced him to retire early so they didn't have to lay him off. Ironic? I bet, yeah. Could we just do this all day? Well, it'd be cooler if we could drop all day. I'm not even really sure I understand the purpose of the upside positioning here. It seems like it doesn't have much of a goal. Although I'm not looking at Nasdaq. Maybe Nasdaq's positioning is a little more fleshed out. Well, the goal is to keep the poorest fat and happy. Guess. It just seems like they would have a lot of room past, like 46. Like after 4600, there's just nothing there. The chain just dies off. What do you think chances of Beyond hitting $10 by end of week? I mean, Beyond still has a pretty good chance of hitting $10 today. I'd prefer today. USD JPY bounced back a little, dork. They're really just trying to prop this shit up until like Japan's markets close. Fucking Nikkei is down 2.22%. Do you think RC is planning with this new investment thing they added? If I had to hazard a guess, I would say he's going to turn GME into some kind of closed-end fund. Or a holding company. I have the honor of being most regarded trader of our generation. I'm still holding Tesla 240p that I bought yesterday, morning when Tesla was 245. I should have sold this morning at 237. You definitely should have set a fucking stop when you were up. Just talking it out of my ass here, but what if the funds all have you on for background noise, and they know if you make 5 million by end of year, you'll stop streaming, and their days will be sadder. I don't know. I never really considered that, Brad. Japan closes in an hour, right? Yeah. Right? 4 hours. Probably for you because the time difference, maybe. I'm UTC -5. I'm gonna have to Google close then. Thank you. No problem. Hmm. Another failure at the bull confirm. More red candles on the menu? I hope so. I'd have rather have gotten the drop later in the day and had it been more impactful, but at this stage, you wouldn't consider Upstart's price drop today a pullback before more covering based on gains, right? Enough liquidity has been realized to resume shorting. Yes, but it's still above Gamma Max. They are shorting it pretty actively today. Gap down on QQQ. Thanks for letting me know. Is Fubo dead? It's getting close to falling back under 308, which is an important resistance, but it's not there yet. Fubo's definitely getting shorted. Russell hasn't been going too crazy today either. Don't look now, but Palantir is making another run for 17. Nice. Top and Beyond are both trying to break back above VWAP. If we bring out this channel, can you title the next stream Neutral Zone Infraction? Sure. Don't look now, but Palantir making another run for 17. Thank you, Dad. Like the stream, guys, if you could. Sorry, my cold medicine's kind of kicking in right now, so I'm getting a bit out of it. Christmas, the Christmas this year instead of laptops for your family members who don't watch daily like we do. Can you buy a cheap, way out of the money Vega play for each of us? Define cheap. Just take 5 shots of espresso. Yeah, I might get some more caffeine in a bit. Self-made contract of additional money based on TMUS 150 VWAP. Should we expect price to drop? I don't know. I haven't really looked at it. Here's my problem with this. If yen squeezes, SoftBank's going to do really, really well. Are more puppies overnight expected and prep of NFP in the AM? I think that depends where we close. If we close lower, like 60, 50, then yeah, I could see overnight pumps. Zom's been getting its ass kicked in all week. This new investment change at GME, isn't this the new policy that enables GME to buy IP brands like Mad Cats and see more profit on higher margin products, as they will own the full financials? Well, I mean, that doesn't mean they'll just get higher margin on the products, right? There's still a whole business on the other side of that that has to handle, manufacturing, distributions, sales. So it's kind of like its own endeavor. Not that can't be pushed into a retail ecosystem. It could, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of that. It was in the 10Q last night. What about IPs that are less manufacturing intensive, such as digital games? I mean, they could do that. They could buy up a bunch of indie devs, try to turn it into something bigger. But it's pretty hard, probably, not to convince indie devs just to release on Steam, right? Should I get a retest 4570 here? I could, yeah. It's breaking down, but it's gonna be slow. As much as I would wish it would go faster. It really does. Lots of layoffs in the gaming dev industry recently. Yeah, it's not the best market to crack. I lost all faith when he pushed out the execs from Amazon, but I'm also regarded. Maybe RC will hire DFV to manage the money and he can day trade it. That'd be cool. I'll buy back in a little bit. Want my wife to come over and wake you up? In quotes. If she's feeling up to the task, Carl. They all look pretty distributive. It's just a question of rate, right? How fast are they distributing out? Which is hard to tell because not everything's on the same expiration. I will say it doesn't quite look bearish yet. Instead of growing the company, yeah, that's my problem, right? It's like he's in charge of a public company. Why isn't he focused on taking market share and growing, right? And targeting e-commerce and building out revenue streams, however insignificant, just more and more revenue streams, right? Like, why is it now that we're resorting to taking high risk returns on the money that was taken from us? It's a stupid fucking plan. He's gonna buy into all the shitty meme stocks he's been buying himself and he's underwater on. Yeah, so he got the board to approve a measure which gives him sole control over the $1.2 billion in cash, in deciding how to invest it, and then he can ghost those trades as well. So all restrictions have been removed from him as far as hedging and all of that goes. Really and truly hate 4580. That's reasonable. Is there any hope for my Tesla 240p weekly? I mean, selling it earlier would have been better. Yeah, if this fails. It could fail. NQ doesn't look particularly hot. Volume's still declining across the board. I still think it's going to be a minute before we see anything actually bearish happen, though. Do you see top going below 150 by next Friday? I mean, I hope not. It could. It's only 30 cents away, but I don't think it will. It's been holding on to 180, 190 pretty well and retesting too pretty frequently. Low for the day already in? Could be, yeah. Your spy is busted. Oh, there. Fucking QQQ killing all the puts today. Yeah, QQQ is bouncing really hard. But it's also like our best chance at a reversal is if it fails. Again. USD JPY recovered 144.2. Google's carrying the whole market. 45.95. It's coming. Run from it. Well, they broke out above the put wall. I'm not sure if 45.95 is coming or not, but we got to 45.85. Which should be some resistance, actually. Participation rate, GR estimate 62.7. Okay. Boeing dropping following report the company is slowing 737 production ramp. Per RTRS, Boeing has signaled to suppliers that plans to roadmap up production of its best-selling 737 narrow-body jetliner will move about 2 months more slowly than originally anticipated, according to two people knowledgeable with the matter. What did I wake up to? Big bounce. One day I will sell GME and quit bag holding. One day. Let's have a market harder to trade than, say, a typical bull market. Yeah, this is way harder to trade. Try that in a small town, same as try that in a bear market. Wait, what the fuck is that? Is that Delta? Oh. If I YOLO'd my port into QQQ, nothing would happen. You think we can break back down to 75? Or if Bulls gotten their foothold, I think we can still break back down to 70. I don't think the foothold's all that substantial. There's not even that much call interest here. There's another rejection. Can you really hate NRC? Helped the stack make their big baby squeezes. No, that big baby squeeze. Yeah, he did. He also stopped a few of them too. What's your PT for Palantir Jans? Oh man, this fucking cold medicine. Sorry, give me a second. Did I say the NyQuil one by accident? Alright, we're we PT Palantir for Jans. I believe it was 16 something. Yeah, PT was 16-16, so it's pretty close. How the fuck is skew flat for 5 days straight? Is today the 5th day of flatness? Yeah. I don't know. It's a good question. No one's buying any tail risk hedging, like at all. Hmm, still failing. All right, let me see if I can go find copious amounts of caffeine before I pass out. Let's see. NQ got rejected here, and then it's bouncing back. Gross. Yen's back under 144 again. What the actual fuck is going on today? Don't worry, Gherkin. My Tesla puts are in good hands. Okay, cool. I'm glad to hear that. I don't know, but I'd like it to fail. I mean, I don't, yeah, that'd be nice. I'm more concerned about what this means in the long term than I am the intraday. But yeah, obviously this failing would be cool. Um, but long term, this has to have some implications, especially if Yen's gonna keep fucking rocketing. How's that beyond short liquidity looking? It's been gone. They've been pretty much out of short liquidity for a while now. I'm sure they can scrounge up some more from somewhere, but no, they couldn't. There's just no volume. they've got the $9 calls of the money, right? They're not in the money anymore, so if it starts pressuring like the 950 10 range again, and like the $10 calls start picking up some delta, then it can still move, but so far we're not there yet. We burned up all the liquidity earlier today too, which this is what really fucking sucked. As we burned up all the liquidity here, right? And then when the fucking market tanked, they got a bunch of liquidity back, and then they used it to short again. And then we just didn't get any volume on this move up at all. This just sucked. Breaking down very, very slowly on the 1 minute. A little bit on the 5. Bounced on the 15. NQ is just a fucking freight train today, man. So NQ needs to lose 16 before anything remotely bearish happens. We're heading down hard soon. No. I mean, maybe next few days, but today, no. There's nothing to push us down hard right now. RC thinks he can use his trading skills to grow capital. That seems like a mistake. What doing USD JPY? Squeezing. Like actually fucking squeezing. Look at this shit. What, Cobra? Ha 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 ha, bull market. What does it mean, Kirk? It means the dollar is dropping in value relative to the yen, and the value of the yen is going up. You're setting stops on your yen plays? No, not at all. So RC can buy and manage securities now. Is it just so he can buy treasuries or bonds? No, because the company was already buying those. Maybe he didn't like the ones they were buying, and he wanted sole discretion over which ones they were allowed to buy. Pearl Harbor gonna happen all over again? It's kind of a big deal. But apparently a currency crash isn't enough for fucking NQ to lose 30 basis points. Dollar going so dollar and equity value are not, they're not correlated that way. There are benefits to a strong dollar, there are benefits to a weak dollar. The US does better with a strong dollar historically. Over the last, several years, we've become a lot more reliant on imports, right? And a strong dollar makes those imports cheap. Something Roman Empire. Uncertainty, doubt, fear. You have to go down to the bowl at Wall Street and shout these things. Can we lose 80 here? That'd be a fucking start. That'd be a cool start. Calls are selling off and puts are picking up a bit, so we're getting a little shift in momentum. Not a huge one. Oh, goody. Yep. Okay, yen's actually, Jesus Christ, USD JPY is crashing. Let's put JPY on the screen all day. How much FXY did you buy? The thing that you said, I know. I called it. Only like 1K, not much. Oh, okay. Shares or options? Someone's about to become a pontiff. And clearly, it doesn't mean shit for SPX right now. I just doubled down on my position before this pump. Nice. Yeah, so yen increasing in value should not be, not at this rate, should not be causing SPX to go up. I think SPX is simply de-risking. Can you put USD JPY in place of top? I don't think it's real time on WeBull. No, maybe it is. What I don't get is how isn't Vol rocketing right now? I actually got stopped out of the FXY 1215 63C. I've been holding for far too long this morning, so I bought even more 124.65C, and that's been going well. Okay. It's not a lot of theta for those, but not bad. What's Fixie at? Oh, yeah, that's moving up. Okay, so we're getting some capitulation. So we might get a little momentum reversal in a bit. Calls on SPX are selling off pretty quickly. Over the last 50 minutes, we've gone from negative 345,000 to negative 20. Which is most of the call interest. JPY 10-year 16.5. Yeah. FXY June 70s. Nice. My March 70s are up like 100% today. Jan could be enough, depending on what's said at the meeting. Is it too late? I mean, they're not that expensive. You can still get like June 75s for like 35 cents. A 1.6 billion position is printing. Yeah, it is. No, yen shorts won't unwind at these levels. But this could push it to levels where yen shorts start to unwind. June 75 is on what? We're talking about FXY. How do you see FXY going? Given enough time, it could go back to its prior, like, it could go back to like its prior levels when USD JPY was like around 100, which would be, oh, about 100, I think. Let me check. I don't know what the conversion for FXY is. I think FXY is not based off of yen, it's based off like an exchange rate index. So, yeah, let me look. Weekly. Yeah, so it'd be about like 96, 90, 93, right around there. You can see where the carry trade was first pressured. But here's the thing, if this goes above like 72, it's gonna start short squeezing. And who the fuck knows where it's gonna go at that point. It'll depend on how much of the carry trade has been pulled back by then. Because there's a lot of yen shorts. Alright, let me see what's going on with positioning here. We're still seeing calls sell off. And put interest is still picking up. Real slow, but it's continuous. Either put interest is picking up or short puts are closing. I don't actually know which one, but it's one of the two. Same effect. What would that large yen position do now? Will they take profit or just let it ride? They could just roll it. It's a futures contract, so. When QQQ higher than SPY? Jesus. That's not even funny. Worth a few far dated SPX puts too. Yeah, could be. The only fixie shit I have is March 70s and June 75s. Why are we pumping? Well, we're not really pumping, we're just trading flat. We did pump to get up here. We've been trading between like 80 and 85 for like almost an hour now. $16,025. 16. I need to fail 1600. I wish I should consolidate more. NQ's starting to give up a little bit of ground. Yes, not so much, but a higher or a lower high than Wednesday. VIX was in the no-no zone, so they have shorted it back to the safety zone. Yeah. So participants just saw that yen spike and said, yeah, this is fine. I mean, it hasn't crashed yet. USD JPY bounced back a little bit, right? So we don't lose this. A little bit of call buying. 1 o'clock. Probably dumb, but if yen squeezes before December 18th, how would that affect potential BOJ decision? Is it no need to do anything now, or is it might as well peg? I guess that would depend on how hard it squeezes. I'd have to squeeze pretty hard for them to not do anything. Look me, I went to lunch and now I sold 45, 75, 80 are underwater. Yep. Would you cut or is there still time? There's still time for it to drop. We have like 2 more hours, 3 more hours. I don't think they're going to peg to the dollar. Pegging to the dollar would be very extreme. They'll probably raise rates. No one knows how much, though. The more they raise them, the tighter they make the spread. So if they peg to the dollar, the spread collapses instantaneously. How's top liquidity? Shit. Shit. You think SPX taps 4590 or 4600 today? Not particularly. I think 40, like I think 85 is like our high for right now. If we stay up here like another 2 hours, we might see like 90s and 4600s come in. Is the spread collapsing good or bad? Bad. Very, very bad. Good for the yen. Bad for everything else. Just need a rejection to carry us to 4580. We have to break below 75 to get any downside momentum. Ow. Sorry, Baradactyl. I hope that's better. Do you have any calls here? No. I had a straddle earlier, but I closed it this morning. I don't know if I would have made a lot more. It's $3 higher than we were. The buying calls yet? Okay, so some call buying. Mostly put selling. But they're not selling duration. Otherwise, VIX would be going down more. Hey, the gap's filled. It's strange how the yen rocketing news isn't widespread yet. Well, right now it's only 2.6%, right? So far. It's maddening how easily put walls are beaten, but call walls act as titanium floors. I mean, call walls aren't titanium floors, there's just buyers at the call walls. There aren't equivalent sellers on the put walls. Is Beyond dead? No. But it's not encouraging that it's not going up. Is this SLZ going to be lit? Maybe. We'll see. I can see them pumping through SLV though. If we don't lose. If we don't lose 450, I don't see what like all the charm flows. I think I'll just keep us here. Currency's moving 263 BPS. Not newsworthy. I'm sure there's some news. Yeah, there's a bit of news about UADA hinting at positive rates. CME is saying a 63% chance to cut rates by March. Hmm. Alright, we're getting some more in the money call selling. And a continuation of the put buying again. NQ's now double topped. USD JPY looks like it's gonna leg down again. Are you familiar with thorium? A bit, yeah. Why? It's not a viable alternative right now. There's not enough thorium reactors. These guys are running out of money. Don't they need SLD to deposit for more leverage? Yeah. Getting ready to dump or bear trap? I don't see how this would be a bear trap. Those are two options. Is buying shares of FXY good enough? If you want exposure to yen, I mean, do you understand why you'd be getting exposure to it? Theoretically, USD JPY should cause market sell-offs, right? If it drops enough, yeah, because it's gonna increase. It's gonna increase margin demand on the other side of the trade as yen value goes up. But not this. This is still too small of a drop. It needs to be bigger. Do something rational, market. I mean, upwards consolidation usually isn't super fucking bullish. Give me USD JPY to 120 today. Stat. Well, I had to update some counting in my FTD charts. Gonna dump them. Okay. Jesus fuck, what a painful support call. Welcome back, Dork. They'll probably have to liquidate a lot of shit for cash if that starts happening. Not just equities, everything. Are we going to 45.40 today? That'd be cool. How about we break 45.75 first, then we'll talk about it. It's weird that we see a huge run up in gold and then a huge JPY position followed by USD JPY dumpers. Well, USD JPY is just showing you, it's just tracking the currency pair, right? But no, it's not. That's actually that's kind of what you would expect to see is a big run up in gold and then a big move in currencies because banks use. Oh, okay, you're doing a sorry. Ugh. Arguing with super stockers was fun last night. Markets consolidating upwards isn't bullish. Yeah, well, nobody told the thousands of Chad Chattings in the forest that they're family funds. How long do you think SPX and stocks can levitate amidst this BOJ JPY news and action? No idea. Get a lot of theta. I should have traded that USD JPY with all that cash on hand. Yeah, if you went long yen futures, maybe that was the $1.6 billion position. Where would most of the capital be if needed to liquidate? Risk assets would go first. So crypto, equities, then fixed income assets, then risk-free assets. Where could USD JPY realistically go over the next few weeks? Well, I think the assumption from participants is going to be that Yuda takes it slow and increases rates at a slow and steady pace. He may not though, right? Like, it's just a complete fucking wild card. So the speculation may not be enough. The speculation might be too much. It's really hard to say. Say equities, but slower. Equities. Start of a breakdown here. The world's slowest fucking start of a breakdown. And yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that. Maybe. Oh, fuck, I forgot I bought that stupid thing. $16,000 calls at 10. So that's what they're trying to avoid. 12,000 puts at 10. Hmm. Ah. This is one of the weirder times in the market you remember. COVID crash not included. These last few weeks have been pretty strange since the big pump. Honestly, the going up 10% in like 7 days, that wasn't even that weird. But this shit has been very strange. There's no buyers, right? It's such a weird like predicament for the market to be in. We keep trying to find buyers the upside and no one shows up. But like everything you hear from everywhere is bullish, but there's no bulls. It's really odd. It's me. The 401k is the buyer. I think the only reason we've held these levels is because of buybacks. But buybacks end next week. We go into the next blackout period. So that's like 5 billion a day. And like at VWAP flows that are just gonna disappear. Poof. It's a flaming dumpster fire on a train going full speed toward a truck filled with nat gas parked on the tracks. His driver just explosively shit his pants You know, when you scale it down to that level, it's all gonna get wiped out in the giant fireball anyway, right? I mean, what the Bulls did was they fought the Fed. They're still fighting the Fed because they're assuming that the Fed is going to do what they want. Like all of this like ridiculous, like drastic rate cutting. This is fucking nonsense. People are too broke to buy the rip and the dip. I believe on the 11th, rare panda egg. Starting on the 11th, we're gonna start like companies are gonna start moving into their blackout periods. Isn't is it even fighting the Fed, or is it just some new hedge fund bro version of manifestation? Like if you never stop buying zero DT calls, the market will only go up. Maybe. Would you accept if RC were to ask you to become Jimmy's chief investment officer? I highly doubt he would. Maybe. Are there infinite wisdom bulls have ensured that the Fed will not, in fact, cut rates early, which is hilarious and regarded. That's pretty fucking dumb. 43.85 is the new, or 45.85 is the new 45.80. No, we're not going down unless we lose 80. So Nix is still turning up. This is going to be a slow process of unwinding, which I said after we bounced. It's hubris. Believe it or not, most of them are probably just not even that informed or even looking at that, right? That's a really broad view of the market to take when you're managing like a 60-40 fund. You just need to be long X and short X, right? You don't give a shit. Finally, some fucking shareholder value. Delicious. Congratulations. I feel like they're gonna gap over 4,600 tomorrow in the PM. If the data's good, yeah, I agree. Wait, what's this? Isn't Saturday's trading for a couple of weeks same as like 2 to 3% pullback, allowing them to continue to pump the market? Not really. No, because they're selling so much fucking Vega here, and they're not getting any leverage. So if the market were to pull back, they'd just be fucked at this point. It's not free to keep the market here, right? It costs a lot of money. The really funny bit is I actually do think the Fed's going to cut rates next year, but not because of the immaculate landing. Yeah, I kind of agree. Hmm. Oh, come on, VIX. The I don't know if the data for tomorrow is out before market open. I think most of it is. I know non-farm and unemployment is all at like 8:30. Michigan consumers at 10 o'clock. So that's gonna be after market open. Yeah, I think Beyond's losing call interest. A little bit. No problem, Fuzzy Bear. Oh, $29 in my cash account. What should I go all in on? Up to you, man. You got 0 DTs tomorrow. The Fed's gonna cut rates next year because of the immaculate crash. DMs, look at Beyond. Oh, did we get the new dates today? Yeah, I know. It ramps, they ramp up on the 29th, right? Oh no, they're already up. Wait, why did that shift? Holy shit. Why are there so many today? Okay. It's 461,000 ETF FTDs today. When the fuck are they going to cover all of that? I guess we've had enough volume. They aren't. With BOJ increasing rates and no crashing, the Fed would have to go up again to fight increasing inflation due to the BOJ raising. It could, yeah. Although if the BOJ moves rates up enough, they're gonna we're probably gonna see a very steep correction or a crash in the market, depending on the amount of leverage in the carry trade, which is a lot. Beyond 12 eights, yeah, 12 eights are not good. I mean, it's still holding 9, but I don't like 12 eights. You'd have to get really lucky. Hmm. I don't know, 30 more minutes of this bullshit, at least. Ugh. Until Larry will buy calls if he lets it drop enough. I won't. I'm doing some absorption spectroscopy. Golden Drive Turkey. Copper's strongest absorption's 324.7 nm. Why is VIX going up? I think because they're de-risking their short puts, which I've been saying all day, but I don't think anyone's listening to me at this point, which I understand. This is insanely boring. Is 256% of the US GDP a lot? Yeah, it's a big chunk of change. Once Nikkei opens back up, it should be well below 32K, right? It might be. My spectra is red, white, and blue biatches. USA, USA. Do you read a lot of stuff outside of financial stuff and research? Yeah, I do. The bulls are actually closing short puts. That's amazing. I didn't know they still had that button. Every time it looks like down, they just bounce. Yeah, they just like buy all the dips. The question is, are they de-risking a lot or just enough to hold us up here until Japan's decision? Breaking news, GameStop bankrupt after CEO RC full ported SPX 0 DT puts 10 minutes before the pump. Jesus Christ. Dude, how the fuck is Google up 6.5% today? 5. I'm sorry, 5.3. What the fuck is that? AMD's up 8%? What did they fuck each other and birth another mega cap? Huh. Weird. It's all about their new AI Gemini. How do they develop better chatbots while maintaining their legacy business of a search engine? How's that bullish? 450 still a line in the sand for Netflix. Yeah, a very important level. AMD AI chip. Okay. I assume Beyond call interest is just annihilated at this point. No, not really. But it's definitely losing some of its weekly call interest. Like on the 8th. That's going to be rough. Yesterday it bounced like $1 into close. But if too much interest sells off, it's going to open up liquidity, which is, yeah, a big problem. Well, it's 140 now. Hmm. Not really, no, Ben. This is fucking stupid. Ugh. Generally, I think he's attempting to be a conglomerate buying different companies, similar to how Buffett and Munger started Burke. Worst part is, when will we ever hear from him to know his plans? We won't. I'll just be like, I bought this thing. Hopefully, you agree with that purchase. They hitting USD JPY with the V. They're trying to. It still looks kind of unstable though. Go top. Ooh, what's top doing? There we go. Now it just needs like 20 times the volume. Oh, fucking SPX is bouncing again. Jesus Christ. I'm as furious as Doric. Yeah, I can get another leg up. I don't know. No. What is this bullshit? How's positioning on SPX for a drop to 70? Gotta lose 80. 80s where we keep finding the support. Which is weird given that there's way more puts at 80 than there are calls. Oh. The 90s resistance. It's back and fucking forth between they're literally shorting every put they can. Yeah, I know. I don't know if they can keep this up into close though with the rate at which calls are selling off. Do they have the phone number to the MM's manager? I'd like to speak with them about a 100-point drop on SPX. Dude, what? It's still not bullish. I mean, if you consider a test of 45.90 from 45.86 bullish, then it could be. If there's even a smidge of momentum to the downside, this thing's gonna explode. Needs a little bit more than a smidge of momentum, but yeah, you're right. But every time we get a smidge of momentum, they buy 50,000 calls and we start all over again. The Google AMD fuckchild is a super mega crank AI that only a single day has created its own new mega cap, and thus the Mag 7 has become the Mag 8, saving the market in the nick of time. Time to roll beyond 12.15's out. Theta's going to start eating them up. It's getting close, yeah. I'll probably roll them tomorrow, but yeah, it's getting pretty close. Are they shorting beyond? Where are they getting the liquidity? No idea. I think most of it's just come from options closing. So probably the MM. BTC pumps seem like leverage now that JPY is fudged. BTC's not doing very good today either. Oh, fucking come on. That's so bearish. Why are you being such a little bitch? Friday 21, July 23. Interesting. July 23rd. That one's on the right spot. Right there. Alright, no put or sell coming in. Huh. Would you still be here if you put 10% of your port into BTC in January? Yeah. I would never put 10% of my port into BTC, but I need JFresh to sell his house and use all the money to buy 0 DTE puts, like, right now. JFresh just comes in with a block of, like, 50,000, 4,600 puts. The market drops to 45.82 and then bounces back to 45.86. One second, I'll be right back. You liquidate your port and do that too? No thanks. Full port SPX 4,600. That would probably make more sense. Oh, the contested border is oil rich. Makes sense. USA loves having many military fronts as possible, I guess. Usually. Yep, it is, Lawrence. You want to do a Santa baby duet with me about the carry trade, or just mocking people who still think GME can MOASS? Neither, ideally. I hate that fucking song. Crypto ads have been showing up again, and that makes me want to over leverage myself into shorting BTC. Fair enough. VIX one day exploding. Goody. JFresh is never selling his house with an interest rate sub 3%. Come on, Yen, squeeze more. That'd be cool. Yeah, why can't Yen just squeeze more here? It's so stable. Gross. Nope, you've missed absolutely nothing, guy who's bored. What's your speculation on tomorrow's data for NFP? I don't think we're gonna see any weakening in the labor market yet. We might get a little bit higher unemployment. Unemployment was flat last time, right? So unemployment may have ticked up a little bit, but I don't think non-farm payrolls are going to change all that much. I think earnings are going to be down. Participation rate might be up because of holiday jobs. Yeah, that's probably about it for non-farms. Stay from Home Depot for the holidays. I would never go to Home Depot for anything. I'm guessing none of them, or possibly the Grinch. I do kind of like the Grinch. But yeah, I don't like any of the rest of them. So, why would yen squeezing more matter? We have gone up the entire day. Yen hasn't squeezed enough to matter yet, but the fact that it's starting to is a big deal. Not everything occurs in the intraday, Russell my jimmies. VIX moving up with SPX. Well, SPX is flat and then VIX is moving up, but yeah, we're seeing a lot of that. If IWM happens to keep squeezing, are there any more little squeezy stockies you have your eye on? Yeah, both of them are on the screen. Do you think no significant uptake in employment will be bullish or bearish? It could be seen as the Fed can raise. So stronger labor data means that the Fed can raise rates or keep rates where they're at. They don't need to worry about anything. Weaker labor data, kind of it gets sort of the soft landing, right? And mixed, I feel like at this point just means let's go look at the next one. Netflix is doing a big time edging right now, I say. What's more likely, flat here to close or see under 45.80? We could still see under 45.80. The downside of the positioning is weakening. It's just the at the money positioning is staying pretty strong. We've had a pretty steady bleed off and out of the money calls all day. So it's possible. You know what we're not seeing a lot of though is call selling, which is a bit weird. Calls have traded negative 18.3 million in premium. Puts have traded negative 8 million. No, not a Lowe's guy. I just don't like going to hardware stores. If we come in, do you think a no significant uptick in unemployment will be bullish or bearish? Will we come to consensus? Okay, answered that. Ooh, a Lowe's guy? No. I like Zat You, Santa Claus. I don't know what that means. What's more likely, flat here into close or C4580? Have you heard the rock metal cover of the Grinch song by Small Town Titans? I haven't. DM it to me. Just say it. We'll see 45.75 in the next 30 minutes. I thought we would have seen 45.75 when we started breaking down before, but then they bought the fucking dip again, so. Any data results for tomorrow? They can see us breaking 4,600. Yeah, NFP and unemployment. It's mostly force pumping. Yeah. And so far, nothing's really breaking down. Not enough, at least. If I'm not mistaken, they've sold puts at like every single out of the money strike today. Like even I think they've even sold the 85 and the 80. Which means if they go to buy back those puts into the end of the day, that could be pretty bearish. Also, if we're under 45.85, the charm isn't going to be, well, I don't know. I guess it could be offset. Maybe it won't matter that much. But it's not advantageous to the long side. KVU's going for it. KVU's been fucking ripping all day. It's up almost 10% now. Trying to carry the puts to 0, so they have to keep buying to prop this back up. Yeah, that's what I figured. Well, the puts will go in the money if we lose 85. There's a lot of puts at 80. I don't see any reason for their dip buying to cease before close. Fair enough. I'm gonna cut my position and do something else. Alright. I'll see you later, man. I'm glad to have missed the past 2 hours. I would have blown my brains out. It's been very hard for me to stay awake. I took an inordinate amount of cold medication, and I keep like kind of drifting off. Charm Decay is the put to 0, so they have to keep on. Okay, yeah. Grinch song in your DMs. Thanks, Tim. I'll check that out later. Lots of 80. I have 30 of them. Please drop, please. You might get your wish. I think you have a better chance of NQ collapsing than fucking SPX at this point, though. Despite its many attempts, NQ is actually coming pretty close to failing. It's failing its lower trend. And if it breaks 1600, it could go down really hard. And this is supporting all of the upside at this point. Independently, like RSP still sucks today. It's only up 50 BPS. So I think fairly, like SPX could lose 20, 25 basis points before the end of the day, if that fails, if we get a failure there. Sure, it's covering KVU. Are they going to short this back down? Maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of shorts on KVU that need to be closed at some point, so this could be part of that. Dude, take a nap. I'll tell you when the nothing stops. uh, that's really so dull. Can you give me 100 bagger 0 DTE trade? I'd like to YOLO 5K and walk away with half a mil. Hmm. Wouldn't we all? I don't know if the market's. I don't know if the market has enough range to do that right now. OTC meds? Or do you just. Did your doctor. My doctor gave me something. I don't know what the fuck's in it. It makes me very, very snoozy. It's just a giant V from yesterday. They controlled Z'd the market. Now that you don't have to sell 1700 CCs on GME, where might you be selling the lonely 100? I don't know, maybe I'll sell them at like 11 or 12 for Fab or something like that. I'll see where I can find liquidity. Why are you so tiny? I'm leaned really, really far back in my chair, man. What affect SPX at all if RRP goes down to 0? It's not bullish, if that's what you're asking. This is the most fucking range-bound, illiquid piece of shit market I've ever traded. From 2017-16 till now, I don't remember the market ever being this fucking dull. What a fucking piece of shit. Yeah, but VIX is dropping. That can't be bearish, right? It just means they're gonna buy the dip again. See? Let the hate flow through you. Join the dark side. Just fucking just move a little, you know? Like $10 either way, not 5, not 3. What the fuck is this? Come on, NQ. Fail. You worthless piece of shit. Like they're like shorting VIX to try to offset the drop in NQ right now. It's very, very well structured. I'll give them that. I'm going to party gig. I've been yelling at my screen all day. It didn't do anything. Right before the COVID crash was a bit like this. No, it wasn't. The market just went straight up every day for like 3 months. One week I bought Friday $100 out of the money SPX calls. And then I just fucked off for the rest of the week. I never even checked them. I came back, boom, up. Right before we hit like SLD and it just read into the dirt. The Great Depression 2.0 coming Feb 2024. There's another hour before we even get to power hour. I want you all to realize this. I started trading in 2019. Tesla was 200 pre-split. I thought it was overvalued, and I bought into the craze at 5. Oh boy. Oh, you still made money. If you have a particular stock, do you always have an amount percentage of that position in covered calls? Not always. I have stocks that I don't really sell covered calls on. I have stocks that you can't sell covered calls on, either because of liquidity or because they don't have options chains. So yeah, not always, but if the liquidity is there, yeah, I usually try to grab some of the yield. I've been mostly out of tech, like my tech stuff, since July, June, end of June, early July. So and that was the stuff I mostly sold covered calls against. The bulls are actually boring. Yeah, this is the most boring fucking bull market I've ever experienced. No, I didn't. They dropped in value into late Feb 2020. I sold them in about 40K worth of out of the money puts. The rest is history. Fair enough. Now that you don't have most of your GME, what stack do you have the most stake in at the moment? That's a good question. Huh. I mean, as far as assets go, 2-year treasuries by a lot. But uh hmm. I have how much is that total? I have a lot of money in SRF now. I think AMKBY. Uh, actually, SRF's a little more. What's your PT for SRF? I don't really have one. It's like uranium's just gonna keep going up. And uranium's at what, like 57 right now? Something like that. I I could see it hitting like 70, 80 at spot. Why is Jimmy green? Why not? I think mostly because a bunch of puts closed this morning at market open, and then it just nothing else fucking happened all day. Why are treasuries allowed? What do you mean? Like, why are they a thing? I called on that, but because of some other positions, or dad, I sold them earlier. I should have done that. Any data to suggest a drop? No. If so, can you predict the time it will happen, like you sometimes do? So the problem right now is I still don't see any significant shift in momentum. There's a little bit of a shift in momentum here, but it's I I don't think it's big enough to bet on. Lowest you see SPX end of day. If nothing changes dramatically, 45.80. Why is shorting treasuries allowed? I mean, shorting's healthy for any market, right? Shorting Beyond is not healthy for the market. Listen, Beyond's not getting shorted that hard, believe me. They'd be going down a hell of a lot faster. Chester's probably at where we are now. I mean, shorting should provide liquidity and price discovery and help make markets more efficient, and enable arbitrage and stuff like that. And that's why shorting is largely allowed. It does get taken to extremes sometimes, and there's a lot of loopholes that undermine the intent of the rules, but is Purgatory days like today on repeat? Maybe, yeah. Shorting Beyond is not healthy for the market. Later, crypto. $45.70, here we come. You sure about that? This is so fucking absurd. Pretty strong at 85. Then below 85, it's just fucking flat. When car sales dump even harder, they're starting to do more and more like special deals, like special financing, reduced down payments, shit like that. That'll just increase as they get more and more overloaded with inventory. Inventory that's not moving. Win double down on 14 DTE puts. Whenever you want. If Purgatory is endless days like this, where my fixie position rackets 150%, sign me up. QQQ up 150 BPS is absurd. Yep. It's now triple topping. Yen's starting to slip again, but volume's down. This is fucking absurd bid coming from. They're all just the same stock, slightly worse versions of each. Holy shit, did we test 90? Oh no. Those are high for the day though. ES not at its high for the, or NQ not at its high for the day yet. Now it is. No, it tested it. Ooh, somebody took some profits on some 4580s. Nice. What a bag of shit. That was a quick rejection. Not quick enough. NQ tested its high for the day. Yes, pretty close to double topping from the other day. Or, well, I don't know, I guess it's like $5 off still. But kind of close. Little volume up there. Yeah, tiny bit, but not, like, as you can see, not a ton. Okay, so if they don't hold 90 here, now we have a ramp to the downside. The profit taking on the call wall at 80, like, the call wall at 80 fell off a bunch with profit taking there. So they're gonna have to buy the in the money call to stabilize the downside. VIX is still going up. Grabbed a Pooty too. Nice, man. The absurd thing is, even more players enter the AI space. The old ones that were pricing in the entire AI sector aren't getting repriced. It's literally an inflating bubble. Yeah, it's crazy. Like AMD comes out with a killer chip, and Nvidia, AMD, and Intel all go up. The absurd thing is that it has more players, the entire AI, enter the AI space. Oh, sorry, I read it. I read it already. Yeah, I'm fucking out of it. How do you think this week's SPX price action informs December's OPEX SLD quad witching? I don't think it does. And the longer we stay up here, the better chance we have of approaching quad witching at similar prices. But ramp down to 45. Okay, so it's not that extreme. But there could be. Uh, there could be a ramp down to like 75 or 70. But I don't think it's going down to 45. I suppose if we got close to if we got below 75, there's a slim chance that we could see 50. Below 50, I don't think so at all. I don't even think there's enough time. We're never buying Dole again, Gherk. Yeah, I know. It's like the market doesn't want me to own it, you know? Maybe the market will crash and I'll be able to buy it one day. And then I'll buy way more of it than I actually need. Jensen's gonna break into AMD HQ and steal the chip design. I wonder if Beyond will be off Reg Show tonight. Ooh, it's a good question. That would not be bullish. So they lost 90. Then why no ramp down yet? Make them take profit and capitulate. They haven't really lost 90 by that much yet. And they clearly bought the dip right there, right? Like on the last candle. I feel you on Dolgurk. I feel you. I should have bought so much more when I had the chance. You know what else has been kicking ass? Campbell's Soup. How do you feel about Rig Shares? I don't really like that company very much. Under these levels. I'm so excited for us to break down and get back to our usual trading between 45.80 and 45.85. I can't believe there's no fucking weakness in NQ at all. It's insane to me. Fubo? What's Fubo doing? Fubo bounced a little. Upstart didn't do anything today. Macy's is up a bit. Hmm. Oh. What are they fucking pushing for now? Quickly address offsides posturing. Positioning during last month's market move. We see massive demand for months. IWM call open interest has risen to all-time highs. There's now a lot of stress in the IWM volatility market, especially compared to SPX. The IWM volatility term structure is very inverted heading into the end of the year, whereas the SPX curve is relatively more flat. But that said, the desk sees a lot of value in covering and value in owning IWM upside to hedge portfolios. While the demand we've witnessed thus far has been concentrated in short-dated tenors, the desk likes owning options now in Feb. This is because the portfolio positioning pain has the potential to extend into next year. Okay. Google pushing those. There you go, Dork. That got rejected a little more quickly. Come on, lose 85. 230. When are they going to put push the market maker long puts again? They haven't been selling too many puts for the last hour or so. So I think they're trying to avoid doing that. They've already pushed the market maker long a lot of puts, right? So the market maker's long puts right now at 90, 85, and 80. I think if we lose 85, we could test 75. Provided there's no consistent dip buying, of which there is a little bit here. Or NQ fails. If NQ fails, that would do it too. NQ has not failed yet. It's close. It's very close. It should fail. Yeah, fucking sell it all. No, no support. Dump it. Genie about to get rejected or ups? Jimmy's at resistance at 1554. Doesn't look particularly bullish, right? No, NQ's kind of failing. That's a good sign. All right, let's see if we lose 85. A little bit of momentum. Let's fucking go. We deserve better than that. Boring? Yeah. Time, though. Plenty of time. Yeah, Vix just didn't do shit. Oh. Yields are starting to move back up a little. Don't worry, here comes the dip buying. I know. But it may not be enough. This spot's tricky. A lot of the calls sold off. So they've got to rebuild all of the call interest. Into the downside momentum. I don't know if they'll be able to do it. At least it's moderately fucking exciting. Sorry. Give me 45.75 or give me death. You may get your wish. Yeah, actually you might. Fingers crossed, Doric. QQQ failing. Yeah, NQ's starting to fail too. Are you leveraged on your 2-year treasuries? Some of them. Some of them I just bought. I think I'm becoming desensitized to trading. I don't even feel things anymore. It just makes me hungry. Perfect. I hope this is the last stop loss hunt. I really do. Hmm. Stop loss hunt on Beyond? I wouldn't really call that a stop loss hunt. It moved like 3 cents. Today's SPX action, the price stability Powell kept referring to. What are they hoping to unlock liquidity? 4,700, 4,800? The market's just going to be dead by then. This is a waste of everyone's time. Yeah. Where's the volume? I guess it should start to pick up here. There's some NQ volume. Jimmy has room to run up to like $16. My company just landed a dealership contract with All Steel. Can get great pricing, just so you know, Pickle Boss. All right, thanks, Tyler. I don't know who that is, but awesome. Pull it up, Japan. Take your revenge. 45, 80, 85 is a fortress. Hopefully not for long. There we go. That's pretty cool. Look at us getting excited to refer all our moves on SPX. It's the implication of what happens if we lose 80 core. God. Ban him. Ban that guy. Dork got him. It's okay. Is Jimmy doing gap stuff or is ATP trash? ATP is usually pretty good. I don't see any gaps, but I'm not looking at GME on the 1 minute. I don't see any gaps. Looks like I almost got the test of 16. Don't fucking bounce. '85 is the Berlin Wall. That's kind of fucking insane. What's even more insane is that 85, out of all the strikes surrounding us, 85 has the least, like, some of the least open interest. No, it actually has the least open interest. The net gamma on 85 is just 0. We should slide right back and forth through it, no problem. Beyond Play looks pretty toasted. Okay. There might be. There might not. It's just not going anywhere. Meta's up 3% today. Microsoft up 0.5. Nvidia up 2. Netflix up 1. Amazon, Google, and Meta, huh? If Jimmy touches 16, would you sell more bear spreads? I might, yeah. Is today a good example of a pain trade? Yeah, I guess not really, because it's not moving hard in the opposite direction. It's just trading flat. Usually, the pain trades when everybody's kind of piled into one side of the market. I would argue it's more painful for people who are bullish above 4,600 than it is for people who are bearish. We gap up or down tomorrow? That'll depend on the data, but not all the data comes out in the pre-market. There's a Wall Street bets dude that full ported life savings into Meta December 8th, 322.50 calls, and he sold yesterday at a 10K loss. Ouch. That's gotta fucking hurt. I think someone in the C-suite sold Beyond shares at 861. Is that relevant? It changes the liquidity. Was it a lot of shares? I was watching the index slip and Fute's not do anything. Usually GME puts suck. Still look like 80.75. Yeah. What about 58K? I mean, it could do some damage for a day, but not in the long run. The story got worse to the Wall Street bet guy. He then YOLO'd into GME calls and sold for a 75% loss. Now he has $5,000. That's sad. Fucking people do such stupid shit with their money. I'm gonna be banished to the Wendy's dumpster, but maybe I'll encounter Trash Dan and a Spiral Peen. My future looks bleak. This doesn't sound very exciting. They sold 12.4. Oh, that doesn't. Yeah, that doesn't fucking matter now. I think you already failed the trend. It just hasn't lost the horizontal support, which is coming up here at 16.025. But that's where it would get spicy. Although maybe Maybe SPX will start to drag on NQ now. Because RSP is starting to slip a bit, finally. Now it's all in C3 AI. Oh, Jesus. So it only gets worse. Beyond gonna end the day at 10:20? I don't think so. They've bled off calls on Beyond pretty much all day today. Still haven't retested this morning's low, but it's definitely not ideal. It's fine if you go out to like the 1 hour though. It's a perfectly decent pullback. Come on, keep failing. Ooh, that's what I like to see, Dork. Let me know if that changes. God damn it. Bounce at 80? I think they're gonna try. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Maybe they won't be successful though? A little bit of call buying, but not much. Come on, NQ, blow him up. You could do it. Where the fuck are the future sellers, man? Did you say an insider sold Beyond like 3 days ago? CFO also sold 109. When were the all on 12.4? It still shouldn't matter. Like it would have mattered on 12.4, but not today. So got 1.8 million shares. Hmm. It's power hour. Well, almost power hour. Hmm. It's not even fucking support.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
There's the pump. Gap fill. Yeah. Either beyond rips towards 10 into close, or I'm letting it go for the week. Okay. You guys make your own decisions with it. Being GTA themed and all, you excited for GTA 6? No. I don't even like GTA games. I think they're stupid. What the hell are they doing to VIX? Selling puts? Trying not to lose 4580 because they don't have any support under 4580. And there's probably future sellers down there. If GTA is set to release end of 2025, it's going to get pushed back to the end of 2026. Probably. Is that trademark positivity you're known for? I know. Consumer credit, big miss. It's data for October, though. How big? Ooh, fuck. Consumer credit in the United States dropped by almost 4 billion. That's a big fucking drop. It's closer to 4 billion than it is 3. How much do I need to spend to drop SPX under 4580? I don't know, 100 mil? Maybe 200? Makes no sense. Why is GME going up? There's still a lot of calls on the chain. I'm not doing it. Spot me, I'm good for it. I don't know exactly what Japan said last night, but could they do something anytime between now and December 15th, 18th? I mean, they won't, but Theoretically, yeah, they could. They could take emergency action. Drop over? Not necessarily, but they're fighting back against losing the 4580 level. No crime. Why aren't you using your couch change to sell some feuds to crash it? That's ridiculous. Uh, Foothold. Dork. What the fuck is this bullshit? What the fuck? They're selling calls? Why is it bouncing? Gotta love it. Consumer credit misses by $4 billion. Market bounces. It's the dumbest and most morally corrupt behavior ever seen in the history of finance. Later, McConnerberry. What if inverse meatball? They sell so many calls, they make them long calls. No. What do you know about debt economy? I know if people spent $4 billion less last month, businesses aren't going to be doing so hot next quarter. Was Upstart still considered an AI stock? Seems like it should be trading in sympathy with big tech today. Now, why are you long Upstart? It already broke Gamma Max. It's a fintech company. Alright, I can keep those for tomorrow, but I'm cutting these. Wait, did I buy those today? Ooh, shit. It failed. Dork, it failed. Their bounce failed. Red Peener. No, I lied. We have momentum, too. That's the crazy part. So they've got to fight back against momentum for the rest of the day with their one stack of calls at 4380. Doesn't matter, right? They just pump mag 7. Fuck your momentum. They're gonna sell 900,000, 4600p, 0 DTEs. TLT doing the brown, but that doesn't matter, I guess. Not really. Can Jamie keep this up? Probably not for long. We're gonna close at 45.87, which makes me $600 sadder. Maybe. We haven't gotten 45.85 back though, which is stupid. Tomorrow's next. I'm gonna look at tomorrow's expiration. Do whatever the fuck you want, Stonks. Don't ask me. Don't ask me about your position. What the fuck? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. If this loses 80, it looks pretty shitty, but there's enough support at 80 that it may not. I've already got mild sedative in my cold medication that my doctor gave me. I won't. Thanks, Yaga. I'm still carrying that put leg from yesterday. What's the expiration on the support at 80 tomorrow? Tomorrow actually has the most long side call interest I've seen above 4,600 this entire time. But it also looks like the short side of the strangles haven't come in yet. The straddles or strangles haven't come in yet. Tomorrow has huge gamma at 4,600. It looks crazy. It is. It's by far the most on the chain. What's going on with GME? I don't know. close to testing the $16 calls. I don't know who those people are. Mike the Legend. Hmm. Hmm. Close those. Open. I don't need that. Pump to 4,600. I go to 4,600 today. We're buying a lot of fucking out of the money calls right now. Ooh, hey, volume. Look at that. Um, I don't know if Jamie has much range above 16. 16 is where all the calls are, so no, no, that's not right. Okay, so that'll hedge that off. Those are fine. Not worried about Apple yet. VIX back to 13. Buying the 90 and the 95 right now. I thought you might like that, Doric. Oh, you bitches. Potential for this to dump overnight? Some. Although I kind of doubt it until the data comes out tomorrow. There's definitely potential for it to dump when the data comes out. Right now, I have a feeling that they're gonna try to. Well, they are trying to pump it to like 4590, 4600. Any idea why Jimmy is climbing this much today? Well, indexes are way the fuck up today, and Jimmy still has a lot of calls on the chain between like 14 and 16. That was over your way for a work party last night. Location was god awful, but food was solid and drinks were free. Unrelated. I've had a headache all day and no desire to get any work done. Definitely has nothing to do with the free drinks. As yen gains, is this the expected behavior? They pump markets to keep the leverage since nobody's paying for any risk whatsoever. Is there any downside? Yeah, eventually, yeah. I'll close my SPX puts are lost. Still a chance for ouchie downs. Tomorrow. I don't think we're gonna get anything else today. We failed to lose 4580. That was kind of the big shot. Any chance Beyond closes over 10 this week? Maybe. It's starting to recover a little bit here towards the end of the day. So maybe it's picking up some call interest again. Okay, that should be bullish. That looks bullish. Give me 1 second. Have top tits uncrossed? No. They're still crossed. Still no covering volume, though. You think end of Jan is enough theta for SPX puts? End of the end of the month contract? Could be. I don't know. How far out of the money are you thinking of going? QQQ failing? No. QQQ's kind of range bound though. It's having a hard time getting any like momentum over 16,050. ES arguably looks a little more bullish. How the fuck are we getting stuck here? What is that? Powder keg with 30 minutes left? Consumer credit market interprets people having so much money they don't need credit. Let's fucking go. The average American consumer just picked up 4 billion over the last month. They didn't need to put it on their credit cards. It has nothing to do with the increase in defaults, right? Bulls have ripped the term Vega risk from all the dictionaries and Wikipedia. Jan 31, SPX 4500. It'll definitely give you a few days to find out if we're going to lose 4550 at any point. All my puts are $700 out of the money. That's, oh, okay, for Vega. You call them Vega plays, but I feel like Ueda's gonna make them Delta plays. That'd be cool. I would love it if he did that. Looks like a head and shoulders on the 5 minute. Yeah, sometimes those break up though. Hmm. Quite a lot of call buying at 95. No, Delta's fucking everything's flat. Oh shit. Wonder if we're actually getting FTDs and a sustained 10 million volume on GME, or do you think CNIS did its job? Probably CNIS did its job. We might have like a bigger FTD day 30 days from now. We've now been at this level longer than the July peak. I'd like to request we relocate the range, please. We're not the only one. Ooh. Hard drop. Keep the hedge open, right? Curious. We're just gonna close at 45.85, aren't we? Bingo. Boston Consulting Group. This could actually squirt pretty hard. I don't know if it will, but it could. Oh shit. I could kind of go either way. I mean, if it loses 80 down, if it breaks 85 up, so it's really just getting out of this $5 range that matters. There's not a lot of downside support. A little bit at 75, and that's kind of it. Remember when USD JPY lost like $4 in 5 minutes? Man, nothing will ever be that exciting again. Wow, unless one day it loses $20 in 5 minutes. Back to 45.50 fast. It's actually not impossible. Unlikely, though. If we fell anywhere, if we fell like that, it'd be 60. We'd get hung up at 60. Oh shit. 45.67? Be like 45.75 ES. Alright, that's not actually impossible. If data comes in flat, SPX trades in a $3 range all day tomorrow. Oh, Jesus, I fucking hope not, man. I really do. Hung up at 60, bro. We aren't making it through 75. We might not. Although the put side is coming in on the straddle and the strangles, so it's putting a little downward pressure on things. Probably not enough downward pressure. Non-farm payrolls is super important. So is unemployment, and they can both be kind of a shocker. They're pretty volatile data sets. Shock enough to outweigh positioning, though? Yeah. I mean, none of the positioning is all that strong. The only time we had this much sustained volume for this long was June 2021. That period was 13 days to sustain 10 million volume a day. How much do we have today? 16 mil? We'll see. I'll look at OI tonight, see how much call interest came in. Is there all this Jan OI on top on IBKR, and the week after nothing shows up? Jan OI on top, and the week after nothing shows up. Is it like Jan OPEX? Why would anybody buy the weekly contract after Jan OPEX? Yeah, he's talking about GME. It's probably just because they're pushing shit through CNS, right? What don't you understand? Volume comments complete bullshit. Most of quarter two 2022 was over 10 million volume. Take it up with Turd, alright? I don't want to go check GME's fucking volume profile. Put cheese on Japanese brown curry. It's delightful. I don't like Japanese brown curry. I don't really like curries very much in general. No. It bounced too hard, I think. The only way we get downs is if we break 4580, and I don't think we're breaking 4580. There was a lot of puts on GME that were closed this morning after it dropped from earnings. It dropped like 10% overnight, right? But I haven't seen a lot of puts come in throughout the day. Sold calls at like 1650. There's 12K on 3.5 on top. The week after, nothing. What mean? Are those leaps or something? Yeah, Jan OPEX is leaps. Thanks, Axe Capital. Just fucking nothing. Huh? Where's the momentum? Trying to fill the gap? Oh shit. Almost. Uh, 1650. Hmm. Dixie going up. Yeah, it is. So is Vol. And yields. Well, yen's coming back down a little bit. Well, going back up a little bit. USD JPY is going back up a little bit. Yen's coming down a little. Not much. They haven't. Neither one has changed very much. How do we go up 75 BPS? The VIX up nearly the same. Most of our upside today was just the first move of the day, and then when we V'd back in the middle of the day. And both of those were largely on pumps from NQ, right? It was just like Mag 7 moving up. Legal or not for RC to buy his own stock of this company's holdings? I don't see why it wouldn't be. You mentioned sold 1650 calls for GME. Was that for tomorrow or next week? I don't know when they expire. Oh, Pump just got kicked in the nuts. Overnight again on these? Those are fine. So weird. Alright, whatever. Beyond back above 9, yeah. Almost back above VWAP. Pretty decent. Shitty short all day, though. But closing back above the put walls, good. Happy about that. Bull trap into bear trap into MM profit. Yeah. Like, there's more interest to the upside on SPX right now, but there's no support to the downside. So, what's Gamma Max on GME? 18 something. Looks like GME got rejected off 1650. It should be in the daily. I put it in the daily. I think it's 18 and change. Oh no, rip Vex. I don't know who's fighting back against the pump here. Like, if they wanted to, it feels like it should just be clean sailing up to like 45.95 with almost no resistance. Is it foolish to sell some in the money CCs here on GME with some potential for it to continue to run? And if you have enough theta, it probably doesn't matter. Are you straddling tomorrow's open? I'm straddling tomorrow. Why has Diamond been so chatty lately? Basel III restrictions? He's really pissed about them. If you told me I would have to straddle 45.85 today, I would have called you Jackson. Future sellers coming in above 48.85, throwing up big sell walls, like 600 lots. Okay. So MMs are just coming in and crushing it. Could it be today was Bulls versus other Bulls day? Maybe. 30 plus days out? Usually enough time. Sometimes I sell like 45. Remember, if you're selling them in the money, you don't care about the theta so much. Because if they drop out of the money, then you can just buy them back, right? And you scalp the delta. You'll have moderately higher delta the more theta you sell, but it really doesn't make that big of a difference. The idea of Basel III restrictions would result in higher rates, less lending to small businesses, etc. It's such bullshit. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's not. The banks are gonna do that, right? They're gonna foist all of the damage off onto their borrowers. But that's they're like threatening, right? They're like, this is how we're gonna fuck our customers if you fuck us. Tomorrow's gonna be violent, isn't it? Not necessarily. The data can just come in flat and fucking nothing happens, right? Technically Basel 4, but it's just a finalization of Basel 3. Whatever. Is this bullish for Beyond? Well, it's a damn sight better than closing under $9. Series doing things? Interesting. Series having an interesting day. Ding ding. Day is done. Oh, that fucking sucked. That was really fun trading flat in a $20 range on futures for fucking 5 hours. So we closed kind of in the upper bound for today. I think we only had one significant dip after bouncing this morning for no apparent reason on the back of slightly reduced or slightly increased unemployment numbers. But none of the data really mattered. I think most of this is just all positioning for NFP tomorrow, and unemployment tomorrow, which will matter. They're probably our most important data set of the entire week. And that's going to be out in the pre-market, so I guess be prepared for that. This puts us just closing right below our bull confirm on futures. Obviously, if the data tomorrow is good, I suspect we'll see the upside of 4,600. I'm not sure by how much, but I think we can go as high as like 4630 something. So that much range is at least open there. I know there's a little bit of resistance here on the trend at like 4618. Uh, Commodities bounced back a little bit today after 4 consecutive days of decline. Dixie ended up closing the day lower, 53 basis points, and yields closed a little higher than their local low, but not significantly. It seems mostly in the 10, 20, and 30 year. 1 month correlation didn't really move much. 3 month correlation also not much. Negative 0.52 on the forward yield for volatility. So still a good distance from 0%. We saw a big breakdown in the USD JPY today, due to some yen futures positioning and some statements from Yoda last night that Japan may be moving to a positive interest rate sooner than expected, which could be as soon as the next meeting. Looks like bond vol's up a bit. Yeah, that hasn't updated. VIX futures stayed. Actually, VIX futures moved up today, as did VIX, despite the climb in the market. And normally I would say that's due to sold calls being squeezed out, but I don't think we squeezed out very many sold calls today. There just simply wasn't any above us. 75% of the S&P 500 above its 20-day moving average. NQ was the big star today and closed up 135 BPS. GME still doesn't look that great on the liquidity side. Still super liquid. Did start a run up this morning on the back of a huge amount of puts closing. I don't know. There's still calls left on the chain between 14 and 16. There's 1650 calls that are sold, which we didn't break out of today. Depending on capitulation on the call side, there may not be much left there. But we'll see. I guess I suspect most of the calls on GME that are long probably expire tomorrow or next week. So do with that what you will. But rejected off of the sold calls at 1650 into the end of the day. We'll see how liquidity looks tomorrow morning. Upstart really didn't get any ground today. Matter of fact, lost almost a percentage point. Still sitting above Gamma Max, but they are starting to short it a little more heavily. Fubo bounced off of 308, which is its local support. But it looks like it's kind of continuing its downtrend. If we see Russell drop off over the next few days, this may start to fall back below $3. And then I'd be looking at the lower trend here. I don't know, around like 275 for support. Siri had a little bit of volume today, but it still looks like shit. Macy's bounced a little today. So top still crossed over, but not enough volume today to force any covering. So yeah, we haven't seen any covering there yet. Minimal like rotation of liquidity between ETFs and top, but no volumetric covering. So we're still waiting on that one. Beyond actually managed to climb back up above the put wall despite the short this morning, and recovered some of that positioning. I would imagine that Delta and Gamma Neutral are going to move down once again, maybe below $10 today. And I think a lot of the shorting today was an effort to get push price as far away from Delta and Gamma Neutral as possible, so that if they do cover, the market maker can absorb a lot of the shock of that impact and provide liquidity to the upside. I think that's about it. Google and AMD had some pretty crazy days today. Google's got a new chatbot, AMD's got a new chip, but the rest of the Mag 7 outperformed as well. Yep, I think that's about it. Plop. Still holding my regarded 240p. Okay. My favorite part is, regardless of what their internal model suggests, by the start of 2027, banks are required to hold capital equal to at least 72.5% of the amount indicated by the standard. Oof. Rough. Banks aren't gonna come play on the SPX with us anymore? That's sad. They'll have to open up so many more tiny little hedge funds, little pod shops. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night, everybody. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.